Yeah. Let's see who's out there. Dun, 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 dun. Not much going on. Market's quiet. 50-minute pump from under resistance, of course. Let's see if we break a trend. We might break a trend. See if we can go up and hit some kind of level, maybe. Who's out there? Hey, hey, Aussie guy. How you doing? Do, 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 do. Looks like we're taking that liquidity. That's not really anywhere yet, though. Got all this to the upside. Targets have started to form liquidity where we want them. Nothing really complete yet. Nice. Very well. Yeah. Well, it's been a relatively boring day. Kind of just keep on coming back to this middle point. So it'd be nice to go to one extreme or the other. Like, let's face it, we either want to go to the top of the range, which is really not that far away. Like, when you think about the old days when let's talk the old days. You talk about the old days when Sol would move like, $10, $20, or whatever. We just want it to come up here to the top of the range or come down to the bottom. It would be nice to do one or the other. So we're basically just taking very small, low risk bids in the middle. That's about all we got. Two viewers. Yeah. Aussie guy and who's the other one out there? Doesn't say your name. Hopefully not a spam bot. So many spam bots. Yes. Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, so yesterday I tried to go downstairs. Like, I've got a lounge downstairs with big TV. I just wanted to go watch a movie because Marcus was doing nothing. I went downstairs and all I got was just like hounded with everything about moaning about life and this, that, and the next thing. So I ended up going to a pub and just ordering double shot Long Island iced teas and getting absolutely trashed. So yeah, I do. Yeah. Now, how can I delete that? Anyway, yeah, it was good. It's all for the best, long term. All for the best for them. All right, two people. Come on. So this is meant to be like a quiet market question and answer session, other than about annoying house guests. What's going down, syndromes? What do we want to look at? Probably TP'd a little early on my Bitcoin long, but still have a little bit open, so that's okay. I've had no type good. Hi, how you doing? Come on. 1 minute and 37 seconds to get above these levels. Open the next one. Make this bottom level kind of an unsustainable retest level, but maybe break. Maybe break. Not that you would bother to trade this because it's 60 cents, but still. Oh, into this long leg of Bitbull. Where are you long from? Like, what's your entry? No, it's really hard to trust anything, really. Like, everyone always goes on and on about how you can't trust a centralized exchange because they trade against you, and like to the most part, that's absolutely true. They don't trade against you on their own exchange, but they've all got accounts and they can see everything you do. But how is that any different from a DEX? I mean, a DEX, everybody can see what you do, not just the exchange. So I don't really get it. 138.190. It's not really a bad entry. It's actually, like, depending on what time scale you look at, it's a pretty good entry. So that would have been a dive of the first touch of the 15-minute range trend, and you're at the 15-minute break now, so not a bad trade. Granted, it's boring and only 2.18%, but still not exactly a bad trade. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be worried about that. It's good. Question really is, did you know that that was a trade? Like, most people take trades because of whatever, they just think there's going to be some kind of trade there, but you know did you know that this untouched hold level being entered and closed by this blue candle creates that range trend? And then when you look through here, you go, okay, so the next time I touch that range trend, what's my untested level? And well, that hold level's been tested, which means it's going to be that break level at a minimum, which is also that origin level. And if I close over that, I'm going to travel up to somewhere in this area. So you enter down here on the range trend and you take your first safety TP here. You set your stop loss to your entry so you're not going to lose, and then you actually should be looking at taking a partial now. So that's your trade, and That's your partial. If you were trading on a 15-minute range trend. Yeah. And of course, we've got 12 minutes, 15 seconds, see if it closes over that level, and then another 15 minutes, see if it hard closes it. It's amazing how fast time can disappear. Posted the lines. Where'd you post them? In the Discord? Yay. Nice. Well, hourly close in 10 minutes. This range that we've got in here is not broken. So this hasn't been broken to the downside yet. So if we can get over the top and move up, we might get something up above these levels. So we've got, it's leaving behind another level for retest. That's the range we're playing in if this thing closes like that. Good morning. It's like nearly 10 o'clock where I am. Yeah, I got my 144 TP, but I've still got a little bit sitting there at 146.5 as well. And I've also got some set up at about 160 just in case it absolutely goes on a complete rip while I'm asleep. I mean, most people are quite bearish and rightfully so, but I also kind of think that the average person understands that you can be bearish, you can be bullish, and you can get into a trade early based on your beliefs, and then evidently what you tend to find out is that you were too early. So like if everyone is really bearish right now, the real question is, are they too early? Yeah. Just change your stop loss. So if you get your TP at 144, just raise your stop loss to your entry and then don't worry about it anymore. Tap, tap. I mean, this candle's really only able to create a range which takes it back to where it was anyway. It's not exactly magical breakout candle. Um, yeah. I got really bored. The market wasn't doing much, so I just thought I'd jump on X, and then I saw a whole bunch of people talking, so I started replying, and then more people started to appear in my feed, so I started replying, and it's quite addictive, really. Actually, yeah. Wasn't too much of a rampage. I tried to be very politically correct and polite, but just worried that won't work on Jupiter. Yeah, yeah. I kind of get why people use dexes because of a you know um, regionality things and uh, B tax and so yeah, I kind of get it, but at the same time, and also the whole push about you know centralized exchanges are risky and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It it also seems that a lot of people who use things like Jupiter are just completely complaining about them all the time. So kind of makes you wonder if one thing offsets the other in some manner. We got 6 people on here now. Who we got? We got. Oh yeah. Can you imagine being on one of these live streams one day with like 50,000 people? Like, how the hell would you answer them all? Has anything that's happened in like the last 12 months in the US changed any of that as far as US people being able to use DEXs and that kind of stuff? Or is really just all that shit just BS? Nothing changed. Sigmarion. Right. NY is the worst. Well, you'd almost expect that, protecting their own. New York Stock Exchange, New York markets, it's kind of the last thing they want is anyone encroaching on what they control and the money that flows through them and the little tiny percent that they make, which equates to a really huge amount of money when you take into account the volume. Makes sense? Right. So, anyone actually got any like TA questions, or are we just gonna sit here and talk shit? I mean, I don't mind either way. Nice looking candle. 6 people. First touch origins? Yeah, sure. Could get a real keyboard. So, first touch origins. Let's find one. Okay, so that's one. Even though it looks like it got hard closed underneath, that's actually a first touch origin. Here's kind of the interesting thing. You want to trade the creation of the origin level if you can, rather than the first time it's touched, because the first time it's touched, you've got a guaranteed bounce, and that's very tradable. But the moment it's created is actually the time that price is going to go the other way. So take for example this area down here. We have this break level, which is here at 235. Okay. What you really want to do is you want to trade this candle. That's your first trade. So you come along here, you bounce around, you hit the break level, and then you engulf. And it's not the best engulfment because it's not a range creation candle, which this one up here is, but this one isn't. So the first trade you really want to take is this trade, because you've got an engulfment that comes off a break. Okay, and when that candle closes, it does two things. It creates the engulfment, but it also creates the origin, because this is the candle that did not revisit the break. So, if we don't even know if this works, but let's see. Let's go back here. Okay, so if that is what your okay, there we go. So you've got this break level down here, and you've got this origin level above it. So you could enter there on the origin level. Your trend's quite close, so that's a pretty risky trade because there's not a lot of room in there. You got this break level down here. So you might choose not to take this one. Trend moves, dives from the top side of trend, tags the level, comes up, engulfs the candle, changes to an origin because it doesn't revisit, and the moment that candle closed, you were in on that hold level as your long. Right, so that's, and then you're looking to see whether you can get, how many different levels. The 1618 is kind of the safe level, it's the guaranteed level, and it's all of 20 cents or whatever. But you can imagine if this same thing happened on a 4-hour time frame, you would have much longer to think about your entry, you'd have much longer to see what's going on. If it happened on a weekly, it's all just fractal, right? So, but that's kind of the scenario. You want to enter on the thing that makes the origin, because the worst case is it comes back and it hits the origin and starts to bounce, and then you can always get out. So you're not going to be stuck in that trade. If anything, you've already won. Worst case, you have a guaranteed level to bounce from. So that's kind of the ideal thing. The next trade is to look for if the candle touches this. But the thing about touching an origin is you're only touching an origin because the range has failed. So somewhere there'll be a range which gets created, which is going to be this candle. So all the way up here, which looks like it just exploded. Yeah, just took off. So the only reason you're going to touch this origin down here is because this range fails. I think the origin's at 9300 could send BTC to 88k. Yeah, possibly. Let's have a look. What time frame are they on? Just let me know what. Yeah, let me know what time frame I'll have a look. And then of course, you end up here. And you get this candle. So you get this thing that wants to create a range, bounce off the range into the origin. So you trades between there and there. $2D and $4D. Yeah. Yeah, so the way price moves. Let's bring up a new nothing on a chart. Okay, so you've got break levels, you've got hold levels. So down here we have a break level. And up here we have a break level. And here we have an origin level. Okay, because it's a break level that got hit but failed to continue to the upside. So if you look at historically break levels, come back here, the whole point of a break level is that it breaks the, in this case, distribution. So at this point, people wanted to sell. They were happy to sell. And because of that, anytime the price comes close to this, you would expect people to sell. So you got this break level, you come up here, people sell, you come back down. Now, when you close a break level like this, people have decided they don't want to sell at that price anymore, and the price is going to go up, and then you look for your next break level, which is going to be something like this. Your next break level, so price is going to go up to your break level, and then people are going to sell. And if that gets closed, people are going to buy, and the price goes up to your next break level. And so that's here. And then it explodes above your break level, comes back down. People are still willing to buy at that price, so it keeps going up. And this is, this goes back to why I always say, like, take profits at break levels. If you've got two things you could do, one is take profit at a break level, and the other one is have patience. Because if you take profit at a break level and it goes up, more often than not, it comes back to the break level to retest it. If it closes above it, you can re-enter what you took. Same thing down here. You take profit at your break level, goes up above, hard closes it, comes down, you can re-enter what you took, keeps going up. So there will be a time when the break level becomes the change of trend, and that would be kind of started here, where it went above the break level, failed to hard close it, went below, went up, created another one. So this is basically where trend starts reversing. So you take that break level and it never gets back to it. So this is the point where people just want to sell, right? So it's game over. We're now downtrending. at least until those levels get broken. And you can see here they get broken, hard closed, revisited, back up. So break levels basically are the point where decisions are made that we want to sell or we choose not to sell. Where they become an origin is when they totally reverse. So, for example, this break level, albeit on a 15-minute, what are we on? 1 hour? Sorry, on a 1 hour scale. When that candle rejected it, it said that at some point in the future, when I hit this, I'm going to reject. And then if you look at that, it wasn't a huge rejection. It was just this little downwards candle. So we went, if you'd shorted that, you would have gone $1 down and then gone up into drawdown. And eventually what ends up happening is you normally come back down to some form of support level. So as you can see, you tap the hold level and then you went back up again. So, but you would have been able to get out of the trade. So you would have got out here at break even, or if you'd added back up in here, you would have got out in profit. Or if you'd, had the balls to hold it, you would have ended up back down here at the hold level, which is typically where it's going to go. Hold level or a trend. So that's all happening on a 1 hour. But the thing is, there's all these really much bigger ones that are happening. So like if you were looking at a 2-day, the first problem with the 2-day chart is it doesn't quite sync up with where TradingView is until about here somewhere, I think. So, but that is an origin. Comes down and hits it. There's your entry. And if you'd entered on that, you'd still be in the long and you're working your way up. It's not really the kind of structure that creates a range. This is the kind of structure that creates a range here, which means it must have come off something back here, which is this. Okay. So this is what's created that 2-day range. And there's our pivot point, and it's confluent with a retest of the upper 2-day range, and that all kind of makes sense, and that's sort of where we're going anyway in the scheme of things once we get out of this annoying sideways price action. So it's yeah, key thing is always look left. An origin can be created by any break level that gets hit and then fails to get accumulated back to. And so this particular one back here, it's never been accumulated back to. So yeah. Hello. Yeah, so if you'd entered, even if you'd just taken this as the most lazy entry at about 87, then you'd be up. It's sitting at 92 at the moment and just waiting. Working. What do you do for work? I was in a customer-facing role for a while, and you learn to despise customers when you've got a trade on your phone, which is thousands of dollars up, and you're got this person moaning to you about their blocked vacuum cleaner, and all you want to do is basically say to them, look, if you just shut up now, I'll just buy you whatever vacuum cleaner you want and you can just leave. I just want to look at my phone. Best thing, leave work. Yeah, so to create a range, you really want to see upwards momentum. So you want to see every single part of the distribution being engulfed, right? So if you just fractally think about a candle and what's in it, so if we just think about this one 2-day candle right here, it's got highs and lows, right? Because it went all the way up to the top of the wick and it came all the way down to this low. So if you want to create a range, you want to basically disregard every single thing that ever happened in that candle, because the highs aren't the highs anymore. We want to go higher. The lows, we don't give a crap about them. We just want to go, right? We want to go higher. So if you want to create a long range off a candle, it's normally more likely to happen. It's not a rule, because you can still create a range off a normal body fib like that. Like you can still do that. Um, but it's normally more likely that you're going to get upwards momentum if the entire thing is engulfed, right? So that's why these are more likely to create ranges. Can a range be created by 1v2 structure? Yes, it can be if you're looking at TradingView, but that's mostly because you're not really seeing what you should be. So, yeah. Short version, yeah. Yeah, vacuum cleaners suck. Um, mm, yeah, a mate came over yesterday and we were having a good old chat about the economy and what he does for a business. He runs a couple of companies, um, and part of me kind of missed some of the stuff he was talking about, like just the general thing about, you know, working in a business and having 20, 50, 100 people around you, whatever it is. And the other part of me just went, yeah, okay, I'm glad I don't have to put up with that shit. Do you find there are similar rules to polarization? Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. Um, it's a really good question. Sometimes. I don't know. I haven't looked enough at it, unfortunately, to be able to really give you a hard and fast rule on that. But yeah, I think polarization makes sense from the direction that, why would a level be stronger or weaker? And so you think, right, well, a lot of algorithms are basically designed around, what would a person think? What's human psychology? So if a level is reached and the price dumps, and if it doesn't quite get back to it, well, the next time that it does get back to it, people are quite often, they've been in drawdown or whatever. Um, maybe it's a profit thing. Maybe they're sitting there going like, hey, I was up, 50%, and then I was down to 10%, and now I'm back up 50 again, so I'm going to sell. But if there's been a large amount of time passed between one and the other, that could be something to do with it. But when you look at, say, like a polarized level like this, so you got a break level, and it gets hit, and it rejects, and then it becomes an origin. But for some reason, it goes up and it hard closes the origin, and it still comes down. So the biggest, because most people would go and short this origin, and then they'd get pretty scared if they were in drawdown and the price was all the way up here, and they'd sort of be wondering, like, what's going on? Like, I shorted an origin, I'm massively in drawdown, depending on leverage or whatever. And then, of course, the price dumps, which is what you would have expected it to do off the first touch of that line. But at the same time, you've still got this break level up here, which is a whole nother resistance compared to that. That's now polarized. Now, if you were a BTC holder right now and you had a whole shit ton of spot sitting there, and the price got back up here to 124,000, how would you feel? Silence. Wait for comments. Lower time frame trends to higher time frame trends. You can't really work up in time. Yeah, sell, sell, sell. Dump it, right? Now, take this level and the amount of time and the amount of distance and price. That level, most people were probably still quite bullish. They probably thought it was going to keep going. So there wouldn't be so much, of a polarization. But now that we've come all the way down here, if it got back up here, people would probably be quite eager to unload. And that's polarized. And so, of course, the algos are going to want to front run that. They're going to go, well, you've come back to this high level. We should probably be getting rid of what we have bought on the way up prior to the human beings actually deciding that they want to sell. Anchor at a high time frame. So yeah, so for trends, let's say we want to try and find the daily trend. So you can either cycle through a whole bunch of daily candles, or what you can do is you can try to find something higher like this, which goes to there. So same trend rules. Yellow, yellow, wick, wick, fully broken, moves to there. Blue candle, not closed yet. 1 day. Now start cycling through your dailies. So find your anchor point. Whoop, scroll wheel. Where's my anchor point? Here. So touching. So we move to there. That was our daily trend. We got above it. We started bouncing off the back side of it. It broke here. That was our daily trend. And this is where we are now. So if you were taking a trade on a trend break, you're a little late, but that's your target, I've seen you do this. Oh yeah. Maybe that's what I don't know if that's what you were after, but that's your trend. The time to take it was this close, that candle, which created that move. And if you're in the Discord the other day, you would have seen me post that thing with that red line on that spreadsheet, which was that. So that was the trend break, hold level, entry, TP. And that's our new trend. And this is our current candle. And the actual overall target is up here. The things that can get in the way of that would be any of these older origin levels. So you've sort of got to come back here and go, well, there's an origin level. This is one too, because it got above it but didn't close blue. So if you're conservative about where you're TPing, you'd be looking to TP here. Yeah, you never move the high time frame anchor. It just stays where it is. If you're a Braveheart fan, stays where it lays. Which will look weird, like you'll go back to it and you'll go, it just looks like it's floating in thin air. But see how I've moved that to that candle, and then look at that. And there it's just, that's the trend as it currently stands until it's broken. And if this candle was to close in this very moment, that would move there. And so then you're looking for, does it close over the level or break over the level and, continue up. Soul pumping. Oh, there's two, 142. Nice. So yeah, it's a good way to try and find a trade if you're starting from an area where you don't really know what's going on. You could like look at something like this, and let's say you're back here. Go to your 1 day and find your middle anchor. So never move your old starting point. Just find your middle anchor. Where is it? There. Okay, so that was the 1 day at the time. So you're looking for a trend break with this candle here. But you could also take that down to a lower level if you wanted to. So you could say you didn't want to have to wait a day to find a trade. Then find your first break of trend, which is that little candle in there. So take that all the way through to there. And so that's your 4-hour trend. That's your 4-hour. So, when this candle broke the trend and moved to the top side here, none of this existed. Zero. And although it wasn't, a huge move, that was your hold level because you were back in this moment. And that's what your chart looked like. And so you had a minimum target of a hold level, and you had a trend that was above price. So you were able to take that kind of move which went a lot lower, but you don't know that at the time. And that's time array trends in a nutshell. And you could possibly, so you can't go backwards, so you can't go to that candle on the hourly, and none of this breaks the hourly, so can't do anything with that. Okay, so we're getting close. That's your trend in there currently. Okay, so that's where you can now shift that to there. And then it closes above, retest. Boom. Off it goes. This is kind of where like you've got to make decisions pretty quickly. If you're taking a short on that, which you probably shouldn't have because there's no untested hold level down here. So you've got to have two things for a trade. You've got to have something that's going to trigger it and a target for it. And the target was already tested down here, so there's no real reason for this to reject. It's got nowhere to go. And then if you'd screwed that up and you'd taken the trade on the trend and it was up here and it closed, you've got to disregard the emotional belief that this thing is going to go down, because where is it going to go? And the moment it comes back to that trend, you're just out, right? And you'd probably, break even, maybe make a small loss with fees, whatever. If you just took your profit at that, it's slightly lower than your entry. Yeah. And then every single candle after that would have been no hold level. Let's see, do we have any reason to go back? Got this now. There you go. So it's just, yeah. Woomph. The only the only time you ever work backwards in time is basically for origin levels, because even if you kind of just think about their name, it's like it's the origins, so it happened earlier. So what's the finest point? So we've got to find the oldest one where price reversed, which Might be that. Yeah. Hey. Oh, we've got 12 people watching. Soul pumping. Oh, wow. Lots of levels in there. When you're taking a fib trade, does it become invalid if the wick of the candle has been touched? No. So the wick and the body are two different parts. One of them is a greedy entry. One of them is a kind of bullish, bearish type entry. So if you were to take this, here's probably a good example. Okay. Ooh, it got real big real fast. Okay. So here's your candle. Here's your wick entry. This is a full engulfment, so capable of creating a range. And this is still a valid entry. What you should always expect is that this entry, you shouldn't really just take it on the very first point. You should look to try and refine it down, find a greedier entry in it, because if they were happy to accept any price and buy, it was going to be up here. If they want a really greedy entry, it's going to be down here. And what you tend to find is that greedy buys are not sustainable, because people with greed are the ones that lose in markets. So, the price goes up, comes back to the greedy entry, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, comes back to the bullish entry. And then, of course, the greedy people are like, we're going to take them out. We come down here and we go. Right. So, Blue in the Discord has his beautiful little, we'll find some blank space. He has his beautiful little drawing, which is kind of like, you know, that reversal pattern. Because happy to buy, happy to buy, happy to buy, need you to buy, we'll take it and we'll go. Right. So with your greedy entries, you always want to look for the most greediest point of the greedy entry that you can. So if a wick gets touched, it does not invalidate the long that comes off the body, but the best candles are the ones where you pretty much, like, say this one here, have no wick, because then you don't have to really think about it. You just look to take an entry anywhere into there. And don't know if we've gone back there, but yeah, we haven't gone back there. But that's the kind of candle that's the best to take a trade on because there's not much of a distance between the wick and the body. You're trying to not to feel happy about it. Oh, it's not a bad entry. Like I say, if you look at this range, outside of the top of that range, so granted it's only a 1 hour range, but let's find the next one. Yeah, so outside of the top, retest, bounce. Let's find the next one. There. Yeah, so as we go through all this, none of the break levels have been hit. So it's not outside of this range yet. It's still kind of in it, but if it gets over that 142, see, so it's this one. So that's where it is. Middle of the range 141 777, top of the range 143 221. If we can get over there, pop out it goes. Next range. If the wick in a fib trade has been touched multiple times, no, it doesn't weaken it, but it means you're probably not looking at what is actually moving the price. Yeah, so like if a candle goes into a hold level and then comes back up and closes yellow, it doesn't create a range trend. If the next one goes in and closes blue, it could create a range trend. So you might find that the first one is the bounce of the candle, the second one might actually be the bounce of the range trend. And then somewhere along the lines, there might be an origin level because if you think about it, like the whole reason you have a hold candle in the first place is because something rejected. So what rejected? It could actually be a break level or an origin level from further back on the chart, and maybe you're actually bouncing off that. So yeah, it's not that it gets weakened, but there can be multiple reasons as to why a hold level is bouncing. It's not necessarily just the fact it's a hold level. Come on, get over there and go up again. Right. What's going on? So what did we hit? 143. Let's have a look at Sol, eh? Doo-doo. So sitting between a prior broken trend and a range level on the weekly. Oh yeah. Lovely little tap of top again. So 143.024. It's also the range trend. Yeah, I suppose it depends which time frame you're working on. Like I look at this on the daily and all I see is a daily range, a new daily hold that we might get tomorrow, a test of the range trend, a test of the origin, um, a test of the break level. Like I don't see anything polarizing here. Like if anything, what I see is I see people are happy to spend money up here. There's nothing that really is that bearish about the current daily price action. What you want to see is you want to see no hold levels. You want to see price not touching, these levels, not staying above these trends. That looks like it's not bullish. It's not like we've got a $1,000 candle shooting up into the sky, but it's not bearish. And it's not bearish price action. Let's find bearish price action. All right, so here's bearish price action. Break level rejects, nothing even goes back to it. Hold levels created, nothing even touches the hold candle. Next hold level kind of gets a touch from here and here, but pretty bearish. Down we go. It's not really what this looks like. Yeah. I think like most of the pullbacks we've had are just pullbacks to induce. So, they take a day back like this or 2 days, and then people start shorting and then they come up here and they hit a slightly higher level. And that seems like what's going on is more a pullback to bring in shorts to go to take shorts rather than an actual pullback because they're trying to trap longs. I mean, if they wanted to trap longs, they'd just drop faster and stay down. Do, 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 do. 11 viewers. Pretty conscious of this though. Look at it. This is everyone getting too bullish. Same over here. New York might have a field day. Nice wick to the downside and pump. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, so much. And so you look at the the range here to here, and if people are bringing in all their stop losses in this area, well, it's pretty easy to do that. And easy to do that. And we have CPI, I think, in what is it? 1:30 p.m. today. So we have CPI. So if that comes out above or below expectations or whatever, it's a good enough excuse to do what you want. And PPI tomorrow. $10. Let's see if this thing gets over a level. Yeah. Yeah, the targets will always get hit. It's just a case of when. Yeah. When's the next elections in the US? Because you tend to find that they want markets to do well across the board in elections, but I don't know when that is. The the 2025 market's just been weird. It was just weird. Yeah, so um when candles close and when candles open, they can create a different price, like the last sale uh, versus the first sale or buy. Even if they're only seconds apart, they can be different prices. So things like Binance quite often have displacements between their candles. And then you look at smaller exchanges, and smaller exchanges tend to work off an index price, which is kind of like an average of everything in the market. And so they quite often don't have um, a gaps between opens and closes. So then you get, algos, and algos are not just operating on one exchange, they're operating across multiple exchanges. So they're more likely to look at the index prices rather than a single exchange price. So, but short version is, why would there be, why would one candle close at $1 and another one open at $1.02? It's because, you know, the last purchase and sale between two parties might have been $1, and then the next one, which opens in the next minute or hour or whatever, might have been $1.02. So there just simply wasn't a purchase between those times, and therefore there is a gap. That's basically the reason. How that affects things is tricky because you can't, like, as you can tell if you've watched a lot of my videos or if you watch a lot of what we chart, um, prices can get really close to key levels at key times, and then they can choose to open or close above or below key levels. So the horizontal level never changes; it's a fixed line on the chart. But the question is the price right? Like, did it really open above it or open below it? And I tend to find the smaller exchanges that work off the index price tend to be more accurate. And then the irony of that is that Binance has all the liquidity, so you'd expect it to be more accurate, but it's not really the case. The index price is generally um, the more accurate price. So I used to trade a lot on OKX, and it was just painful, like trying to work out fib levels. You could take the same chart on OKX for Sol. So somewhere, here we go. And it didn't take long to find, open and close displacements like this. All of this. And all of that actually has a flow-on effect to the mathematics. So it's just, yeah. I like Bitget. They smooth all this stuff out. So you look at the same chart. Where's it there? What time frame was that? Daily? Daily? OKX. Oh, you probably get what I mean. If we look at the Bitget chart. Most your open and closes are just smoothed out. Makes it easy for fib maths. Yeah, so I just don't trade stocks. Like, one of the I mean, I do this update for people every day, but it's just the displacements are huge because of pre-market and post-market and open and closes and so on. It's just really hard. I mean, you can kind of look at it and you can go, okay, well, we had a range trend, we bounced off the range trend, we had a very subtle origin level here because we hit the break level, we didn't touch it, and then we bounced off it. So this whole thing is like a combination of an origin bounce and two range trends and a normal trend. Like, there's all these things to bounce in here, but like at first glance, you'd think you have a hold level to the downside, but it's just not easy. So yeah, I just don't trade this kind of stuff. It's just too hard. If it was 24/7, yippee-ki-yay, this would be easy, but it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard. Yeah, I'd always take a TP at the 1618. It sort of depends a wee bit whether you are like knowingly trading with trend. Like, if you take this hold level, which kind of doesn't look like a hold level because this candle's below it, but if you sort of shifted that up and this would be a hold level, then all you'd sort of do is zoom out and just go, well, are we with trend? And in this instance, yeah, what's the trend? There, 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 this is probably going to go higher because of just the fact it's still trending up. So you might take that one a bit higher. But I'd still always take enough at the 1618. What are your thoughts on getting sponsored by an exchange? I mean, the guys from BingX have approached me and the group and offered stuff and want me to come and trade with them. And I've basically said, if you've got anything that you want to offer the community, offer it to them. And before I did that, I went on and had a play with the exchange and had a good look at it. And I hadn't used it in about 3 years. I had this really old account on it, and my my, what do you call it, Google Authenticator or whatever, was on a phone that ended up in the ocean in Vietnam. So like I couldn't even get into my account if I wanted to, and they were nice enough to actually unlock the whole thing for me and all that. And I actually had some old shit coins in there that were worth a bit of money. But anyway, moral of the story is I had a bit of a poke around. It looks like any other exchange. To be honest, it looks exactly the same as BitGet. And if they want to offer some stuff to the community, extra rewards, lower fees, then all good. There's links in the Discord. You can sign up. I'm not. I mean, I don't need to change what I'm doing. Quite happy on BitGet. Yeah, they've looked after me. Every time they haven't looked after me, they've then sent me free shit as an apology. So it's been all right. So yeah, don't know. I'm not huge. I just don't know why anyone would be sponsored. Like just marketing and advertising. But like I say, if they offer something good for the group or the community, then we'll make sure we post it. Uh, Traded on the weekly. Oh, something. I actually kind of get what you're saying now. Like something reliable like FTX. Okay, that was a joke. I get it. Trade on the weekly only. Yeah, well, you kind of can. Well, you can trade on synthetics. Like if you look at these, they will actually move pre and post market. One of the stupid things I spent money on. Uh, Nothing really. Pretty boring person. Um, I bought houses. Lots of houses. I don't even wear a watch. I just can't understand why anyone would want something weighing down one of their wrists. Maybe if you had two watches, like equal weight, it kind of makes sense, but can't understand one. Houses need water heaters, yeah. Yeah, water heaters. Oy. I've only ever had a couple of Hot water cylinders need replacing. Couple issues with gas water heaters, not often. Pretty reliable. I had a whole bunch of houses in a place called Christchurch, and there was this big earthquake, and the water system got all contaminated, and they punched a whole bunch of I think it was fluoride or something into the water system to try and decontaminate it, and it ended up like destroying all the elements in the hot water cylinders. It was great. Get the yeah, to secretly put a BTC miner under the floor or something, right? Nah. Oh, that's good. Getting there. I don't really know. I haven't been down there in a while. I would assume so. You'd hope it's recovering, but the economy in New Zealand's not exactly that great. Looky, looky. Let's see if we can hard close that. Come on, tiny little candle with 55 minutes to go. Right. It's funny when you see the evolution of time, like you want this 1 hour hard close because if you can get it, the price can push up, which means the 4 hour, which closes in 2 hours, ends up over the origin. And then if the 4 hour can get a hard close, it means the daily can get up to the top. It's just time into time into time. I mean, testing. Hello. Oh, you took away your comment. I'm going to go find a beer. I'll be back in a sec. Right. So, anyone actually got anything they want to ask? We're going to sit here and do nothing. Ooh. NVIDIA. Okay, let's look at NVIDIA. Let's have a look. Of course, it was right there, second on the list, but still, let's search. Okay. So, how long has this thing been around? Well, it's been around a long time. So let's look up some scale. Wow. Look at that accumulation time. It's quite amazing how you got all this volume, like more volume when the price was down here than you do with that. Crazy. Okay, let's look at it a little bigger. Okay. So that may be a monthly, pretty close. That might be a monthly hold. Nah, I don't think I'd trust that. What have we got here? I don't know, I mean, it doesn't look too bad there. If we can stay up here. Oops. Yeah. Still looks like it's got some legs. Not there. Yeah, so it looks kind of like everything else, really. It just up to 3 months sort of time frames still seems to have a bit of legs to move up. But once you get over, it's no different really to BTC actually. Like once you get over 3 months, you start to find you're under the base of the ranges. So yeah, probably the same as most of the market. Looks like it's got a little bit more room to move to the upside before it has a bit of a rollover and comes down.
How the heck would you put a price on that? Where is the top gonna be? That one. Hmm. I mean, structurally, if it's the same as BTC, it's going to be when, what are we on, monthly? It's going to be when this candle hits that level. Might reject. What do I look for in other tokens? I just don't really. It's not. Well, you can find a small token that's moving lots, but the problem is getting a position on it. Like, we've got this has moved what 4% today up into a hold level, off an origin. That's the. Could you have taken that trade? Yeah. How big a fill do you think you get on ICP? Probably not big. See, trend's there. So the trend's miles away, but you're going up into a hold, so you'd have to refine it. See. Nothing there. So, I mean, you could take that trade. You'd be up 4% or something so far and looking to come up to here, and how long that's going to take to get there. 142%. But the thing is, price doesn't move like this if you try to open a 7-figure position on it. It changes. Don't spill drinks. The hard thing about some of these tokens too is actually getting out of them. Like, you can buy into them and the price just moves, and then trying to actually sell out when there's just no one to buy it off you. That's the real fun part. So yeah, I mostly just trade Sol and BTC and play with others like Esther, and just if there's really a lot of interest in something, then there'll generally be more volume, and if there's more volume, then you'll be able to get something out of it. You just got to be careful. It's like, why is there interest in it? Yeah, because they're trying to buy it up and dump it down, or but just take it for a ride and get out. Ouch. Hey, newbie. I asked AI a while back, what were the most popular tokens that were floating around on X. So one of them was this, which was Tau or whatever. Yeah, it's gone up. Without even really knowing that, you would have already just longed it anyway based on hold levels and origin levels, and just kind of makes you wonder why you would even talk to AI. What's this? Dude. I got airdrop some of this. Do not know what it is. Do, 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 do. What do you reckon? Is it going to go up or down? Wrong tool. Do, 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 do. Top, hold, checked, retest, under, yeah, who knows? Everything's basically just a trend versus a horizontal. If this trend breaks that horizontal, then price just keep going down. And if that horizontal holds, trend breaks, price gets to go up to next trend. That's all. Eight. Everyone's so quiet. So you see why you got to watch range levels though, because you get this bounce of the trend here, and you look at where it stops. So it's not the body of the whole candle; it's that level right there. Nice. There's so much liquidity building up to the downside now. I just can't help but think New York session's going to come along and do a nice dump and pump or pump and dump. Something's got to come. There's no way you can open 100x leverage positions $400 below the current Bitcoin price and get away with it. That's that ain't gonna lie. That ain't gonna last.
Yeah, it's just volume and speed. In New York, it's just volume and speed. You just the most annoying thing about it is, of course, if it just runs up to your TP and then just turns around and goes back the other way. If you do not have everything sort of just preset and pre-decided, it can just run off on you. 133 for an entry. I don't know. Whoops. Wrong tool. Ignore that. Oh, what did I just do? Uh, let's see. Get rid of that. That's bigger range. Yeah, I don't know if I'd enter at 133. That would be that retest, which is already done. I'd still be looking more for, maybe 128, 128.7. It's sitting so close to the top part of the range, like I sort of expect more like that rather than that. That's a really long way to go down. But it may not even happen today. It's like just looking at the time left and candle and levels, it's possibly more of a tomorrow thing. I mean, really, I'm looking more at these. But the thing is like if it gets past here, you've just got this huge air gap in there. So it's just, if it gets up above this level, it could move pretty quickly. So New York fires up at about, so my time it's about 2:30, I think, 3:30. So it's a while away. Yeah, 133 maybe. Like if it's just kind of a fake pullback before a pump. And I just don't know why. I don't know why that would be a level. Tomorrow it would be a level because it could be a retest of prior broken trends. So you could see this trend that's coming through here. If this hard closes at this price or whatever, then maybe it comes back down. Test something in there. It all sort of depends on where it closes. Like 142 is a pretty bullish close. Like it gets you up and out of most of the
lower ranges. Yeah. Here, 133 short-term liquidity, definitely. They may not even go that low. We had some high time frame closes today that gave us support. Let's see. Looking on another screen. Just let's see if I can find it. Lots of mouse clicking. Validation. Yeah, so we created levels at like, oh, maybe 133.243, 135.858, 138.274. I think we might have already hit that one. Yeah, we've already done that. Yeah, so there is one in there at 135, which takes it back up to 147, and another one in there at 133, which takes it back up to 143. So maybe they go that 143, take all that liquidity, and then bounce back up again. They've established the ranges to do it on the 19-day and the 22-day, and they did that today. So maybe. That'll be on this other chart somewhere. Let's see. Yeah. So this little cheeky level that they've created here, which you can't quite see on TradingView. Should be more like that. Yeah, so maybe back to 133 and then back up again. And I think this one might be slightly higher. Yeah, about 135.8-ish. Then back up again. Nice, we could just go there and we can all yell bingo.
Weird. Which screen can you see right now? Because in my preview I can see a single chart, arrows pointing up and down to 2 different levels, but on my screen I can see left and right charts. Which one can you guys see right now? Twin split screen. Okay, so you can see. Okay, yeah, it's like catching up at full fast forward mode on my screen right now. Okay, there we go. Okay. So you can see what I can see. Cool. I just can't see that you can see what I can see. Technology. Yeah, so we got these levels made today, which are probably try and break these trends, but it's doesn't mean we can't get a pull back into them before a push up. Could you draw out the trends on BNB? Yeah, which time frame? Ow. Not that time frame. Yeah, okay. 4 hour. All right. Let's have a look. So there, there, there. Okay, so that's our bottom. There, 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 there. Cool. So that verifies that that little candle right there is our bottom, not the one before it. So just as you can see there, 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 cutting through that candle, which means it goes there. So that's our bottom. Okay, so that one don't need that anymore. It was really just for verification. And then, okay, so that's your main monthly. Good night, good night. Okay, so let's find the 4 hour. So there's a few ways you can do it, but try to do it off an interior just to see if we can get it off an interior. So not touching. So that's
valid, we can move that to there. Okay. And you don't bother with these ones because they're already below the trend, and you can't take a trend below a trend, so you take that and put it there. Okay. And from there we can't get a 4 hour, so we might as well forget that. So we'll take it back. There, there, there. So that's as far as we can go before we can't create a 4 hour anyway. So we go, what are we on, monthly? So we'll try weekly. Okay. So that. We can take one from here to there. Crazy how accurate you can get your weekly trend, eh? But we can't create a 4 hour off that because it's below all the works. So we'll try a weekly interior. Okay, we're going to be able to create a 4 hour off that. So we take that, move that to there. So it's still actually on a weekly support, but if you wanted to try and find the 4 hour, there's enough here below it that you can probably find the 4 hour off this. So let's go daily. Here. It's a daily trend. Okay. Daily interior. Okay. This is what we want. So we've got daily. Now let's take this and find the 4 hour. It's there. That's your 4 hour trend if you're trying to find that 4 hour. So your trades would be, like from this candle forward, you'd be looking at whatever hold and break levels you've got on the 4 hour. So this hold level's been tested, so you'd look at that break level. And that would be your first trade, there to there. And revisits along here, so you look for untested levels, which be so it's kind of still in that one. It's kind of looking at that. Tagged it, created a hold. Yeah, so it's still kind of in that upwards move. So yeah, that's how you find your accurate 4 hour trend. And there's actually more in there, to be fair. There's interiors off the 4 hour, so it must be quite strong. Like that's the interior, which looks like it might break. Goes to there. So if that closes blue, it goes to there, and then it can bounce off that one and make that next move. Unless, of course, it closes yellow. And then it's not that at all. Shall we see if we can find the top side? One, two, three, 4, 5. This thing's ready to pop. 6. That's your 4 hour. That was easy. So now you sort of know where your 4 hour is and top and bottom, and it's basically just the same as everything right now. Like if you look at the total on altcoins, it's just through the middle. Can we have that over here somewhere? Total. Kind of in between two levels. Or which one was it? It was that one. Yeah. Just kind of in the middle. Do I break up and over and go, or do I pull back and go down? Just in the middle. And that's probably what's controlling that range. Looking at that. Yeah. Yeah. Fire some questions or I'll end up going to sleep. It's like midnight here. All right. Good night. Enjoy dinner. BTC on the high time frame. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. When you look at it on the high time frame, it really doesn't actually look that bearish. Today we had this range which I don't know if I can actually chart it. Let's see. No, no, I can't chart it. Let's see if I can bring it up another way. So. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. Whether that makes any sense, but this closed today, of all things. And if you could put a fib level on that wick to wick, the entry is about 69k and the top end is about 263, basically. So yeah, I don't know whether this will be maybe the next market, the next bull market. Could just be simply these two candles and off it goes. But they're 100% full candles, so they basically fit entirely within the time frame of existence of Bitcoin, and structurally it's no different than taking a trade on something like this candle right here, which engulfed and then went up to the top level. It's exactly the same. It's just a much higher time frame. So it's maybe it is literally the next market, and like you see these kind of pullbacks, like these candles that came down here, that might mean we go all the way down to I think 40k is the so this is this blue line across here. So 40k is the base of the hold. The break is something really low, like 15k, so it's probably not going to hit the break. And the top end is 263 with a few different stages along the way. So the reason I was looking at this today is because obviously it's such a high time frame, and it means that this 102 could be quite heavy resistance if we come up and whack into that. So that's why I was looking at it. If we close over that though, then next level is 156 and next level is 209 and next level is 263. So that's why I was looking at that. Yeah. No, I think a lot of the things about cotton candy TA are 100% correct. It's just the scope of cotton candy TA is within the day. So there's probably things he's never really had to consider about where price is to do with trends and time frames that span over multiple years. There's probably just stuff he just has never even had to think about. So it is what it is.
mean, there's so much stuff in play. Like if you went to, say, just picked 72-minute as a time frame, you'd probably find some kind of trades that exist, on this, whether they're shorts from here, on the way down, or longs from this random candle, which probably doesn't appear on any other time frame on the way up. All of these are fractal, so like 72 minutes fits evenly into a day. Ironically, so does 288. You wouldn't think so, but it does. So we've started this range here, but you've actually got this range here. Which is currently in rejection. So it's, what's that? 288-minute time frame. Yay! I mean, if you can watch everything, you'd be pretty surprised about what's going on. Let's try to make one in there. There you got a this trade here. 288-minute origin level. So touch, touch, fails to touch, long, up. Target break or hold. Ran into the trend, but didn't quite hit the break or hold. So it's kind of the reason why I have all these across the top here is they're all fractal timeframes. So, 160 can span multiple days, 288 can span multiple days, so can 1996. So you can tend to find, trades, whether they're hold levels or ranges, can be created across all of these. So it's just short. Markets are basically just a infinite money printer once you realize how they work. Okay, here it is, that one. So then you enter TP, 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 TP. Yeah. So some of the areas where Cotton Candy goes wrong is he talks about like there's these fixed time frames and they're the only ones that matter and all this kind of stuff, and it's just absolutely not correct. There are like it's contradictory to say that there are certain time frames that matter, but everything is fractal. Like you can't say those two things in the same paragraph because one of them completely contradicts the other one. The truth is, it's just about um, momentum. So it's like, is buying outpacing selling? Is selling outpacing buying? And the hardest thing about measuring that across a longer period of time is that if things are not even factors, then they reset. So you're not measuring the same time versus the same time because it reset on a certain day. And whereas you can take this as an example and say, like, what are we on, 80-minute time frame? Buying outweighed selling to the point that we hard closed above the selling. So therefore we create this range, and it never made it to the top level. But if you were to be taking a trade on this, you would only be looking at entries around the one, and then you'd be taking TPs at the various levels, and you just adjust your stop loss as you go up. So by the time you've taken a TP here and taken a TP here, maybe you get stopped out by that tiny little blue wick there, depending on where you had your stop loss. Or maybe you just had it slightly under the level and you didn't get stopped out, in which case you got a TP up here, and then you had your stop loss up here and you got stopped out. But the thing is, you made, here, 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 stopped out, or you made here, 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 stopped out. You made money. That's kind of the answer. So yeah. So a lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is trying to figure out, like, is this range that we're looking at right now, what invalidates this? Like, is it invalid when it hits here? Is it invalid when it hits the break? Like, what actually invalidates this from being part of the plan as such, Like, because there's just thousands of these. So when you if we can figure out which ones are valid, that's the first thing, and then we've got to figure out which ones are more important, and that becomes the second thing, and then yeah, fun times. Because that's still one. And so the argument would be that this one has hit the top. This one has not. So is there something about that too? Like, is there a thing about ranges within ranges? Who knows? Yeah, it'd be good if the tools could quite literally just tell you buy here, sell there. I mean, there's ways to do that, but it's like, say, uh, so if we look at low time frame price action, there'll always be some kind of level from the past that creates the reversal. So it's something like this candle here. Oopsie. Don't scroll. Come back, come back. Okay. Which then creates this range on the 5 minute. So there's your 5 minute range, which creates this rejection here on the 15 minute. which creates this range. So there's always this thing about time and how lower time frames can evolve into bigger time frames, and so you can pick when price is reversing, but it's trying to get TradingView with its really limited capabilities to put that into an indicator is just not easy. IA suite. Yeah, optimized trend. Buy too late, sell too early. No, hold on. Buy too early, sell too late. Yeah, the optimized trend. Do I think that AI will level up? I don't know. I got two sort of thoughts on that. One is that the entire point of markets is to actually um, prey on human nature to shift money from one place to another. So they prey on how people react to things to take um, money from people who have hope and give it to the people that really control everything. So why would they change that? Like it's already AI in a way that they kind of understand how you think and what you do, and they prey on that. Um, all AI is going to do is exactly the same thing because people won't change. So that's kind of one thought. My other thought is, could AI make it faster? Yeah, it probably could. Like it could flip markets long, short, quicker. But uh, if but even that doesn't really make a lot of sense to change because you've got to give people the time to make a choice so that you can take them for what they invest, so like if the market pumps up and down on a Friday and then goes flat all through the weekend, it's doing that so that people choose to enter a long or a short. The moral of the story is that they choose to enter the market again thinking that they have a idea about where it's going to go. So AI, no AI, like it doesn't change that. And AI is certainly not going to make more or less people make choices faster. So yeah, I just don't see how it really even affects trading. Yeah, yeah, like if you believe in things like trading fundamentals, then yeah, it makes sense. Like if you honestly think that the value of something that you see on a chart is related to some kind of bigger market fundamental or news, or it's like if there's a war and you think because there is a war, the stock of a company that makes missiles is going to go up. Well, that's the kind of thing AI can be really fast at, and it can make a choice that the stock is going to go up because there's now these, decisions around war. But at the same time, if you rewind a little bit and you go, why did the stock go up? Well, the stock probably already had a trend, an origin level. It's weird because you can't really actually ever figure out what comes first. Does the TA predict the future, or is the future pointed out to us because people are looking for a reason for the price change? Like that's the bit I just don't understand. It's like when you looked at something like, Asta when it took its massive move up, and this is pre-recorded in my videos. You've got like this daily move here. Okay. Now, if you look at CZ's tweets,
he tweeted and this thing just shot up, right? And everyone was like, oh, it's because CZ sent a tweet. But was it? Because the price came down, it created an origin, it bounced off the origin, it shot up. Untested levels were here and here. So if you'd not known anything about the news or anything about what AI would have been fed, because AI would have been fed this thing about like if a major person promotes this thing, then you should be buying it, right? So, but this was all created prior to that tweet, and then it just did what it did based on everything we already know about charts. So, yeah, I don't get it. So I don't know if AI really changes anything to do with charting. It might help more people understand it if they ask the right questions, but it's all about do they ask the right questions. Do, 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 do. What else is going on? You're the only person talking. There's like 7 other people. Speak, lurkers. Ask questions. Otherwise, the alien goes to sleep after he finishes his beer. Yeah, sunlight. I'm still a wee way away from that. But it's good to get sleep. Even if you get waken up during the New York session because the price decides to pump and dump and pump again. It's look at this liquidity. This is awesome. All of this to take to the downside, all of this to the upside, and news events coming. Yeah, it is summer here, so you've probably noticed I've been waking up a little bit earlier. The room that I stay in, the sun just comes in and goes out like it's like 3rd story, and there's blinds are wide open. So unfortunately, the sun comes up quite early, and I wake up quite early. And then I get up and then I look at the charts, and then like this morning I looked at the charts and I went, holy heck, there's so many time frames that are closing today, which ones are actually relevant? And then I went through about 20 or 30 different charts and had look at various levels and saw how some had confluence, some didn't, and ran a few reports and had a look at if price closes here, where would it go? And that's the kind of stuff that I think like a lot of traders don't really get, is that there's a lot of things you look at before you even decide what you're going to do. And all these tabs, which you probably you can't even see on the video, but all these tabs, there's just miles of them across the top here, and I'll look at all those, and I'll look at things like balance of safety assets, balance of totals. I'll be
because I mostly trade SOL, I'll be looking at, SOL strength versus BTC, and then we'll be looking at BTC, and then we'll be looking at BTC across some days, 20 different timeframes, and looking at all the different levels, and then going, cool, I will take a trade if the price does this, and then I will TP it if it goes there. And based on, daily plus increments, that does mean sometimes you don't take a trade because it just simply doesn't do it that day. Or like the 4-day long that took 25 days to close, which was just painful. But we still got the trade. And then some days you get like what we got the other day, where it was just the daily trade completed in 2 hours. You just trying to actually get a timeline on some of it is just very hard. You just don't know. It's all about volume, I guess, and having lots of alerts. Yeah. — 200 plus tabs. Yeah, nearly. Nearly. Hey. Yeah, Origins are basically one of the most reliable trades you can take, because such a polarized — it's like anything polarized is going to be a reliable trade. So Origins or first touch of trends, all that kind of stuff is generally going to be the type of trades that are the safest to take. The hardest thing when it comes to trading is actually not so much where to enter a trade. Entering your trade is actually pretty easy to learn. Like, you've got hold levels, you've got origins, you've got break levels, you've got trends. It's when to take your profit, and also to lose all hope. Like the one of the big things is to lose all hope, get rid of hope, just take profits, because so many people see their trade go to 20, 30, 50%, whatever, 100%, 200%, whatever. And then when it starts to reverse back, they sit there with the hope, which is a horrible word in trading. They have the hope that, oh no, it'll go back up. So yeah, it's pretty easy to find entries. Most people should just learn where to take profits. TP, 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 manage trade. That's it. And that's the other side of it, is that levels get created. So, back in the day when I actually was working and trading at the same time, one of the big problems is that you could know where to enter, but you didn't know what the structure was going to be like when you entered. So where was your TP? You didn't know that till the point you actually were in the trade. And sometimes the first resistance is so close to your entry that you actually should not enter that trade. You get rid of your limit order and you just shouldn't be there. So, you've got to be able to find the entry, you've got to be able to manage the trade, and managing the trade is fluid because it changes. And you've got to be able to overcome that stupid emotion that you're going to always have this hope that it's going to go to your TP. It's not always going to go to your TP. Like cutting Aster. Why cut Aster? Well, it's higher now than where I cut it. I would have made more money if I'd stayed in the trade, but it's not worth being in a trade if you've lost control of what's going on. Like, if you don't understand why something is dumping and you're in profit, take your profit, because it's not worth being in something you don't understand. So, get out, and if it creates some structure that you do understand, go back in, make another trade, get out where you think it's safe to get out.
Any more thoughts on range base? How, if there is confluence? No. Short version, no. I have about 2,500 recorded ranges and data on all of them, and I still can't figure it out. No, I don't know what makes some of them go where they go and others go where they go. I don't know. So, which is why that's not really ever how I made, my initial money. I traded just simple, low risk hold levels at stupid high leverage with decent sums of money, greedy entries, conservative exits. Right? That's why I did it that way, because that way is very predictable. Range levels are more for swing trading and spot traders, that kind of thing. Sometimes they just, because there's so many ranges in play, sometimes they will just dip, from one range all the way down to another one, which could be thousands of dollars cheaper. Um, Over time, they all seem to play out to certain levels, but yeah, it's not. The one move that seems to be pretty valid across most of them is also the range 1618, and then if it covers that, normally the 2618, because 2618 is kind of the pivot point before it decides to either go to the upper part of the range or whether it decides that it's not going to go. So think of it like the 50%. Like if you're in a downtrend, the 2618 is kind of like the 50% of that range, and it's going to reject somewhere around there. If you're in an uptrend, the 50% being the 2618 is going to get captured, and then it's going to travel up. So yeah, but that's yeah, yeah. I'll figure it out. I will, because it is annoying, and I'd like to know. Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to it, but at the same time, it's just more. It's more for fun on spot trades. Uh, Like I looked at all the various different range levels and bought a whole bunch of spot sol when it was down around 119, 120, and I'm just laddering out of that as it hits, various levels on the way up. But I sort of think it, based on everything I've seen, and I think it's probably going to get the 160s, the 170s, maybe even the 190s, based on what I've seen. Um, but yeah, things change all the time. So we'll see. Just keep laddering out. Have you calculated the percentage of up versus down trend in markets over the years? Sort of. Um, Down is usually faster, so e.g. less time, and then you get consolidation, and then you get up. So it kind of depends on which part of the up or the down you consider the consolidation, which is, you know, if you consider the consolidation as part of the downtrend, then it's probably pretty equal. If you consider the consolidation as part of the uptrend, then the uptrend is way longer. If you consider it separate, then it's just separate. But it's there's always going to be that point where you see a token. I don't know, what's something old? Link. Made a lot of money out of Link. What was I on? I think I had a Bybit account. Bybit back in those days. And it was all the way down here. See this? So that was your sort of consolidation period. And all you had to do the one time ever in crypto where it's actually kind of worth running just a grid bot is during this type of bear market consolidation. If you ever want to just run a bot, the rest of the time you'll probably just get completely screwed over. But you just find that one. Yeah, just find your various levels. It was there, and then it was there. And of course, when it breaks those levels, you're not in a bear market anymore. And yeah, that was. You can kind of see how by the time this happens, these people don't actually have any real skin in the game anymore. Like, it's just free. Like, by the time they've sold here, bought here, sold here, like gone through all that, the original money is completely out. Everything that they've bought is now this. And so, if they were to just dump it and the average price like shoots down, it doesn't really matter because it's free. Like, it's just, it's less than what they could. It's less than what they could make, so like it's not financially smart, but like it doesn't actually matter because everything they put in is out by the time it moves. Yeah. Yeah, if you were ever to open a grid bot, yes, 100%, you still use normal rules. Like, you'd still go, well, because you don't want a grid bot that operates and for the range of the grid bot to end up outside of, sorry, the range of the price to end up outside of the range of your bot. So you'd still be looking, like, you'd look at this kind of thing and you'd go, well, if I started an initial grid bot on this, it would be, here's my first break level here. So I will have a grid bot that operates. Now, where will be my other break level? It's going to be here. Okay, so you'd have a grid bot that operates within these. And for the most part, that would just be making money the whole way. It would be a little bit out of it a couple of times. And you could then choose to go, okay, well, where's my next break level? So hard close. So if you were to hard close, it'd be that one. So you'd say, okay, I'll expand my break level to here, and I'd expand my break level to here. So you'd adjust your grid bot to be slightly wider. Then it would cover pretty much everything until you get your final dip down there. And at that point, your bot is well and truly out of scope. So you could just run that for however long that was, a year, just in those rules. This is also something I find really, really weird, is the general range symmetry. Like, you see this a lot when you actually start to map out ranges. Like, you get some kind of initial range, and then you get the up and the down, which are almost always the same sizes. And I don't really get why that is, but just is. So, and then that's your sweep. So when you see this kind of thing, it typically means sweep, recovery,
up. They're just taking out all of those leveraged players. So that's actually very bullish. When you see this, when it comes back up, gets back over, covers the halfway mark, off it goes. Yeah. Hindsight. It's a wonderful thing. Key really is just, like I always say, just take profit at break levels. It may not always be the top, but at some point it will be. And it will usually let you, like this level here, it will usually let you get back in if the market's going to continue. So break level, what happens when we hit the break level? Oops. Somewhere over here. Okay, we wick up, dump. And one of the hard things, like emotionally, is if you take profit, then you see the price continue. Like you've just got to sit on your hands and do nothing. Like if you take profit here and it comes back down, well, that makes sense. You've come back to the hold level, so you could re-enter here, take profit again at whatever the current break level is, which would be there. Yep, close there. So you take profit again there, and then you wait. And the hard thing is you see these candles up here and you think to yourself like, oh no, look, I'll go long again. Like I really should go long because the price has not come back to my level. And then the next thing you know, you're all the way down here, testing the hold level again. So the idea is just take profit at break levels, because the only time price will ever reverse or flip is a break level. And one of them will be the top. So where's the highest break level in here? So that's the highest. Never got back there. And that's the next. So if that was it, and you'd exited there, yeah, you'd be pretty happy. Yeah. TPing too early is just a thing, really. But you if your portfolio is going up, who cares? Ugh. Look at XRP. So that was your daily origin through there. Must be something bigger. Yeah, so there's your weekly. So weekly break level, if you'd TP'd at your weekly break level,
saw it come back in under and close under. How would you feel right now? TP break levels. That's it. Simple. Warren Buffett. And heck, even if you'd TP'd here, still be better off. And it hard closes the level, comes back down, creates a new break. Maybe you enter here, you go into drawdown. If it comes back up here, I'll TP. Now, I had a person contact me recently about buying this. That's just... Hope they TP'd there. Eek. You know what's funny about this token, JLP, is that like for this to go up in a market that's going down means that traders have to lose because it's a liquidity pool token. And that was an airdrop for Wormhole, which clearly everybody sold. So that was... Let's see if it's going to have a bounce. Nope. Yeah, not much going on there. Let's count that out, eh? So trend. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buy that. Up. Break. Okay, so let's go again. See if did they do more than once. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you could buy the next one, but it didn't really have a lot of room. So that should break there. secret source this. You can't tell anyone this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buy there. MTP. So not much. Too much consolidation. But hey, you've made money every time, right? So, like, it's kind of what trading's about. One, 2, 3, 4. It might be ready for its next little move, actually. Should keep an eye on this, see if it pops up on weekly close. What we got? Yeah, a lot of data. What was Mando's token? Was it that W token? Oh, JLP. Yeah, JLP is not really a normal type of token. It's more like a it represents a liquidity pool. So if traders are winning all the time, JLP is going to go down. If they're losing all the time, it's going to go up amongst the normal assets that are in there. Yeah. If someone said look at gold, there would be many years worth of data and data and structure. So that was 5 breaks of external, but you are right in the question because internal, yes, actually you can include internal. So it's that was just quite a dying token, so there wasn't a heck of a lot of internals. I suppose you could have run maybe that one to that one. And got maybe an extra break here. That might have got you in a bit earlier. Let's have a look. Or not, because that was actually the break. Let's see. Maybe on that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is kind of just clockwork type price action. Suppose you got this one, which makes that a break. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Long break. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Maybe it got you in a little bit earlier. That candle there, and then up to there, maybe. But you are right. You can put internal breaks into it, and yeah, it's typically 5 or 6. It's not a very exact science, but normally trends will break 5 or 6 times before you'll get some kind of proper reversal. Yeah, most confusing things are because there's no real set rule. Like it's not like it's 5 breaks it goes up, 5 breaks external it goes up. Sometimes it's 5 or 6 breaks, and sometimes it's 10 breaks, but it's just on average it's 5 or 6 breaks, and sometimes they're external, sometimes they're internal. Just sort of gives you an idea of like, should I now be looking for some kind of long? And you throw into that, like maybe you don't take this first one that goes from here to here. You might go, well, okay, well, we're now looking for longs, so what about that origin? We create an origin, we bounce, we now have a long. So you might just use it in confluence with other things like cycle trends plus sideways price action, which is just quite visible, plus an origin, bounce. Do I have a target? Yeah, I've got a hold level. I can target a hold level if I bounce off this. So it's just kind of got to throw it all together. Ada. Yeah, look, if you can make a perfect indicator for everything, then people would will be rich, right? But it just doesn't really work like that. There's still this aspect of interpretation that you just can't really code. Like choosing whether I would take a trade on a particular level, a lot of it is because I'll be looking at things other than just the chart that might have an indicator on it. So the indicator is great because it'll give you an alert. There's a trade there. There's potential to make money, and then you've got to look at it and you've got to go, well, okay, is this a trade I want to take based on the totals, based on risk on, risk off in the market, all that kind of stuff. So you've still got to kind of look at it. Sometimes you'd also look at it and go, okay, well, it is a trade I'm going to take, but I'm going to sit on my hands and I'm going to wait because the price just pumped or dumped in the first hour of the day and we've got 23 hours to go, so maybe I will wait and see what happens in the next 22 hours. And that also makes a difference. But it's yeah, I mean, most of the indicators, quote unquote indicators, because you load them through here, that we're looking to release, they're more like actually just trading tools to make things easier for people, make things faster for people, make them aware and be able to set alerts on things so that they just know where there is a trade. Because it's still trading. You still got to know how to trade. Like the hard thing, of course, will be that people have got to know when to take profit. And then the data is just insane. But trying to get it into some kind of really usable structure for people, so that like you've got a day, because you could be a day trader and that's great, and so we can say like I can basically say to you, here are the limits for the day, like this is going to be the lowest range level that exists based on the time frame, and here's going to be the highest range level. And I've been watching that stuff play out now for days on end, and it's fine, but it's not the overall scope. So from a day trader's perspective, it's kind of working. From a long-term trader's perspective, trying to figure out which time frame actually is going to be the one that is the new top. Like from a basic perspective, BTC, where is BTC? Like from a really, really, really basic perspective, taking this candle and going, that is going to be the top, was just one option. Like it might not be the top, because we might have created some other range on some other time frame that might have taken the price higher, but it was still this area where you go, well, as soon as we start passing into this bracket, we need to be looking at taking profits, right? So when you've got all this kind of stuff happening on a lot of different time frames, you've sort of got to figure out like which one is actually the one that is the most important. Because was it that one? Because that never made it to the top. But then the question is, will it? Because it hasn't hit its break level. And it's hard closed up in here, and it's dived from here. So could this go here? Well, it really could. And this is the kind of stuff that's kind of makes it hard to believe either side. Like you've got people going, oh, bear market. And then I look at this and I go, well, I don't know. We've got an incomplete range up to 146K, and that's just one of many. So, could we go higher? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, all this chart tells me is that if the price comes down here, I will long. If the price goes up here, I will take profits. That's all that tells me. And it doesn't tell me that it might come up here, but I will definitely be taking money off the table at these levels if it does. Yeah, it's very, very, very hard to know time frames. And all you can do is try to find like the biggest structural hold, which is something like this. And the tough part about this is we're already in it, right? So if we do this, we've come from the wrong side of the trend. We're already into resistance. So this is kind of why I say in my video that, like regularly on my videos, that, we really need to be over this 93570 sort of level. because it means we're going up into this candle. And if I was to start refining that down, like you could, take it to 4 month and you could find like a slightly greedier entry. You could take it maybe 3 month. You could find a slightly greedier entry. You could take it to 1 month. There's not much in the 1 month, but you might find something up around there, and then you could take it, week. We go on the 1 week, nothing on the 1 week, but you do have, a 1 week origin untested. You could go 1 day. What do we have on the daily? Nothing. Maybe this little candle here. So, 109, 110, somewhere in here. That could be your most greedy entry for any form of move to the upside before a move into the bear. But now that you sort of zoom in on it and you look at how these levels are getting respected, here's our trend, which we're struggling to, get over top of. And then here are our horizontal levels, which have rejected every single time. So, we're definitely in the phase of some kind of, rollover and dump, but it's just a case of, does it choose to come up here because maybe there's liquidity up here that's worth taking, and maybe there's not. Hey, catch you later. Yeah. Yeah. So when you look at it from that sort of perspective, and you go, well, these are all really high time frame levels, and you can also see there's huge gaps in between them. So like, if we do get over these levels, it's really easy to move up fast. But at the same time, it's still a case of, do we get over these levels? And at this stage, it's still underneath. What's this? Someone's talking in the Discord. Hey. Beaten and bruised. Ouch. Right. There's only 4 people now who are absolute diehards, clearly. Maybe it's just Spittle and 3 bots. Time is it? 12:04. Ooh, stay awake. Trade New York market. Go to sleep. Which one should we do? Ooh, 6. 6 viewers now. 2 more people randomly showed up. Hello. So for those of you that just randomly showed up, feel free to ask any questions. Not really doing anything, just kind of watching some charts and chilling, drinking a beer. That's about it. Looking at what Bitcoin is stuck on the wrong side of, which is this whopping 6-month trend, and kind of, although hope is the wrong word, just kind of thinking it would be neat if it could get above it, because then it could, take this huge air gap up to the next level. But at this stage, it just is where it is. And to be fair, there's so much liquidity down here because everybody is longing right now, right into resistance, which is it's funny when you sort of overlap. So you go, this is where our really high time frame resistance is. Everyone is longing. And that's all their liquidity. Right there. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I'm tempted. Just looking at that liquidity build up on BTC to the downside, it's sort of, and even Sol's starting to build up. It's bridging that space between 141 and 138. So yeah, it's sort of, I mean, anything can kind of happen, but my thought process is at the moment is, if it goes up really quickly at any point, you've just got to have a TP sitting there ready to go, because if it does go up really quickly, it's probably going to come down even faster, which, you look at where we are. And then, yeah, you look at that. It's already just taking a taste. So yeah. Not a bot. Good. Just lurking in the background. Don't really know what else to look at. I haven't looked at ETH in a while. Just looks like everything else. Yeah. So I just don't really know how anyone can make a judgment call when you've got sort of this, 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 and so far this. Everyone is going to be a magic hindsight person if it goes there, and they're just going to be like, yeah, hey, uptrend. But
It's not really. It's just in the middle. It's not broken, and it's not an all-time high. It just is what it is. Oopsie. Scroll wheel. It's not. That's not bad. Not bad structure. You have a private Discord. It's not private. It's free. You can join it. It's in the whatever profile of my thing, or there's probably or there's an invite, but I don't know how to paste an invite. Let's see. Ooh, here we go. I don't know if this will work, but that's a link. Might work. Yeah. Yeah, so that's not bad. Let's see what that's up to from up here. Yeah, so even this is like, you got ETH sitting above a range level, sitting over top of a weekly trend. That could break. That could break the weekly trend. It's already tested the break level. So somewhere up into the hold, or any kind of retest of a, yeah. So it's like you got this origin coming through here. So even this is not looking like it doesn't say it's going to go to some new magical all-time high, but it also doesn't say that this is going to dump. It's more looking like it wants to go up than down. Yup. Trying to spread wealth, yeah. Or on days like today, just trying to make sure people don't become the cake to be eaten by others.
At 137.1. So based on what? Let's have a look. Um, I mean, for the next 5 days, I'd be wary that this candle has come from the wrong side. That would be my hesitation. So we've come from under, not above. We've hit the pivot, unless the weekly closes over there, in which case it'll probably break out. But at this stage, the weekly has this ability to pull back. So that's my quick view. Now the daily. That one. Yeah, so daily has hit the top. Hasn't retested here. Has come from the wrong side of this. Has this incomplete. And couldn't hard close that level even if it wanted to today because it's on the wrong side of it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm untrusting of the way it's sitting here. Personally, I think if anything, it would be way more sustainable if it came down, but also just don't see how it can really break out of there. So, this is the kind of thing where what you do is you have your TP set up here just in case. Like you get some stupid candle that comes flying up into here or even up to here. Because if you look at this, look at that. It's there. They might take that. But look at where it could come from. So, yeah, you'd put your TPs up through here, just in case you get that.
but I don't know how it would be a sustainable move if it did it at the moment. If tomorrow we open here, it could do that. Maybe even close and be a sustainable move. Possibly still come there and do that anyway, but if it crept up here, closed here, quite a sustainable move. No need to pull back. So yeah. Oh, hey, welcome. I see you in the welcome channel there. Right. Right. Make sure you ask some questions. I've only got about half a beer to go. If it gets empty and it's too quiet, then probably just have to go to sleep. Uh-oh. People leaving. It's good. Yeah. I don't think I made money at the very start of the day when that went like that, but I haven't done anything much since. Just waiting, watching. Where that closes will have effect on what the next trade should be, but got enough open to TP up here in the 160s. And that's it. Wait and see. And then, of course, there is that that level that haunts my dreams, which is the 190 level on the monthly, which I think it's on the monthly.
Yeah. This. Tell you there are so many reasons why this should go up. And it is. See, it doesn't matter whether this is slightly out because different months have different amounts of days in them. It doesn't matter whether you put it there or whether you go from here to there, which is more accurate anyway. You can see how it respected it, which means you go to there. And then you go, well, why does this bounce? Like it hasn't actually retested the trend, but you got a range trend, right? So this candle over here and this yellow candle that closed into it, there's your range trend. Look at that little tricky bugger. It bounced straight off that. So it's bouncing off a range trend, which means it should, at an absolute minimum, be going back up to that 144.700, which just surprises me that, we haven't touched that. We stopped just before it, which I don't quite get. And really the range trend should lead to the hold, which takes you up to that bracket up there. So yeah, it's conscious that this might get in the way, but probably not because it's hard closed. Main trend is like this, which got broken. It's all the way up here now. There's another internal range trend here, which we're above it. So I sit here and I look at this and I just go, why is this candle not up here? Just hurry up. I think it needs one of these. Well, not that way. Not that way. Where's the rotate? Oh, there we go. Here's one of those. What we got? Shit, range trends. Range trends are just there's only two ways they get created. There's a like-for-like color close into a hold. So, this yellow candle closing into that yellow hold, that creates a range trend. So that one doesn't move. If you take the original trend from up the top here and you just take it through the candles, it goes there, 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 sorry, there, 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 there. Skip this one, because it's touching the body, up to there. Skip this one, move to this one. And this is where range trends can be slightly different, to normal trends, as you can tell. And then, of course, we retested that trend down here, and it's hard close, so it's up there. So that range trend never changes. It's always through there because that closed into that. And likewise, when you look down here, you've got body of the whole candle closed into it with this one, which meant that range trend has been supporting that upper range that entire time, including the bounce that you have now. Just that little bounce there. And so it's got to do something. It's either got to get to this 144 level and reject, or it's got to get up higher and visit the 160s, 170s, 190s, but it's just it's like it's on pause because there's just not enough people in the market right now.
Yeah, rotate the rocket. I mean, there's other levels in here which, you know, add to your confluence. Like, here you go. Origin. Bounce. So it should be attacking a trend. 190 is actually quite a conservative target for the move that's happening here. It's just you'd sort of expect that origin to try and break a trend. The only thing I think is that if this just stays here so long, what ends up happening is it creates a trend, and then the origin can break that trend instead of trying to touch one of these higher trends, which, you know, if we spend too long down here, then moral of the story is it's not going up, you know. But it's bouncing off all the right levels. Should be going up. Do, 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 do. Soul up to. Look at that low time frame bird's nest. Get out. Do, 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 do. Really looks like it just wants to get out of there, doesn't it? So I've got a bunch of Sol which is currently in an exchange as mixed asset margin. So um, if it gets to, you know, 160, 190, somewhere like that, what I've actually got to do is I've got to transfer it out of one account, move it into a spot account, sell it, and then take the stables and then put it back in as the margin, which is the kind of thing you've actually got to be awake and conscious for. Like you can't just set a TP for that, which is kind of annoying. So I'm just waiting for this thing to, you know, go on a bit of a ride. Yeah, I mean, well, I could try. I got in at like 119, so if it dropped $20 in a matter of an hour, then yeah, I guess it could rug me, but it's a risky take. Can't trade with moving margin. No, you can still trade because it's in profits. So you imagine you're your risk on the trade is actually getting less because your collateral is actually going up. So it becomes a problem if it goes the other way, which is why, of course, you need to get it out and be very conscious that it doesn't drop back below 120. I don't know when 147. Look at all these lines. It's got to get through all those. They all mean something. Look at all this. Look at those annoying lines. The only hope we really have is that the top of the range is above them all. So it's definitely trying to get above them. It's just got to get there. And then after that, air gap. Untested broken levels. So all of these levels are like magnets. The price actually wants to come back here. All the way up to there. Okay, so you have to ask. It's time for me to get what? Waiting. What? You've gone to bed, haven't you? Or you're typing a really long question. Do, 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 do. Polynesians. Not all of us. See, look at this, right? So price go down, and as price go down, people start shorting. Now price go up, people start longing. Question is always, is price going down because they want to make this appear so they can go back up through it? Or is price going down because they want to take this stuff down here? So when someone says, just you buy and sell liquidity, it doesn't really work like that. Like sometimes they just want to make liquidity so they can travel through it, and they're going to leave all this. Or New York's going to come along and take both sides because they're like the Darth Maul of markets. No. New Zealand's full of New Zealand's like a really mixed country, like just every race you can kind of think of. exists here. Uh, Polynesians, because we're close to a lot of islands, so they come here. That's definitely correct. But a whole heap of everything else as well. The original race in this country was a race called Maoris, and then this other race called Maoris came to the country, and they killed and ate the Maoris, so that kind of ended that civilization. And then the Europeans came along from Britain and various other places, and they had things like blankets and muskets, and that was very attractive, and so they kind of colonized New Zealand, and so it's basically a mix of you know um, Maoris who kind of claim that they are the indigenous people, even though they aren't really. They just ate the indigenous people. So I guess in a way they kind of have a little bit of the indigenous people in them, but stomachs, bowels, not really through genetics. Um, and then you've got the Europeans, and then the Polynesians, and I probably I know enough Chinese because there's a lot of Chinese people here, but it's just everybody. It's just like there's no real. If you were to say, is there such a thing as a New Zealand race or culture? Nah, not really, because it's too new a country. Like we've not really been around very long, so all our culture even is basically just like little snippets of everything that everybody's bought here. We don't really have anything. We've got some bird that doesn't have wings, and that's kind of like our mascot. Uh, but yeah, it's not. Yeah. Long story short, it's not an entire country of Polynesians. It's a country of a lot of different people, and we're just people. Yeah, they had like clubs made of greenstone, and they used to just like hack at people. But that was well before you and me were born. Yeah, our history really is not history. Like our history is just if you go to places, you know, like go and have a look at um, places like the Dormo stuff overseas, where it took like 6 or 10 generations of stonemasons, all the same family, just to build that church. Like, and then you come to New Zealand, and you look at a building that you'd probably be hard pressed to find a building here that's more than 100 years old. It's just not the same. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Hey, come on, get out. Stuck in the middle. Walking up the trend. Get out. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. It's like in oh, it's in Italy. Yeah, might be Florence. Might be Florence. As rude as this is going to sound, I wasn't paying that much attention when I was there, but I did go up on the roof. That was pretty cool. Come on. Right. This is probably just gonna stuff around for several hours and maybe make it through the top and then maybe close a candle and then maybe go up, but I think I'll go to bed. There's some good little wine bars in Venice. Just you wouldn't even know they're there. They're just like little doors in the middle of streets, and you just walk through the little door, and there's 7 seats or whatever, and get yourself a uno grasso. But yeah, I think everyone's going to have some fun soon. There's a lot of liquidity to the downside, a lot of it to the upside, and CPI. And yeah, US CPI release in less than an hour, so they might just be waiting for that. Yeah, just make sure you have those TPs set if this thing spikes, because just look at where it's coming from. Whether you look at it from daily, whether you look at it from the 4 hour, doesn't really matter where you look at it from. It's coming from, like, that's a lot of lines. If this thing takes off, it won't stay. It'll go up, it'll come back down. So just make sure you get your TP set. And oh, yeah, it's probably why it's just sitting here, very boring, like building up liquidity, top and bottom. That way they have an option to take whichever side they want and move it into the other. But yeah, I think I might just go sleep. Really catch everyone later. Bye bye.